Hello everyone. Hi Summit. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. I hope everyone is doing good. Playing more Ace Attorney today. Probably finishing up like the first part of the Chronicles and then going into a different game for a bit. You got some interesting stats there, Summit. Like high strength, charisma, dex, con, but then low int and wisdom. So like a martial class that is just kind of dumb. That's basically what it is, right? So I mean, it can work. Just the strong brute that doesn't really know much at all. It can work out very well. But yeah, let me go to the game because we're kind of in middle of a court case. There's a lot going on. I actually don't recall exactly where we were. I do remember that everyone voted Ginny as guilty and were trying to change their minds again. That's basically where we are at. Also, it's very annoying because my left ear is plugged right now, and it sucks. I hate it. I can't... Like, I can hear a little bit through the left ear, but not a lot. And it's really annoying. And I try to, like, fix it. Because I've had it before, and then sometimes when I wiggle stuff around, it pops, or like I can like make it pop myself. Nothing is working, so what happened? It's just Axe's earwax. That's it. I always have it in my left ear. Always. It's never my right, always the left. I don't know why. Every now and then it just like closes, and then usually when I'm sleeping, it just closes up somehow. And then when I wake up and I'm walking around, it pops open again. But it didn't do that this time, so I don't know. Maybe I need to get it cleaned again, maybe not. Maybe it'll end up going fine again later on, all by itself, and will pop open. Who knows? It's like nothing dangerous, it's just Axe's earwax, as I'm saying. It's like plugged. But yeah, that's, I mean, it's just how it is. Right, so voices. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breeds do as law-abiding citizens. I don't actually remember his voice very well.
Hold it!
Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying? Well... Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon. Robin! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone. How was Satisfactory? I hope it went well. We are in court. We're trying to figure stuff out and help our client get away with, well, not get away with, make sure our client is not guilty, you know? Because you never know. You never know. We found out that for the last Christmas tree upgrade, the base production is 1 E per minute and it needs 500. Okay, well that's, I mean, that takes a while then. That takes a little while. But that's fine. You only need a couple of them to, yeah, I don't know. You need better production, I guess. Why is my... I need to clean my keyboard. I've just realized. Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces? The greatest military organizations in the world? No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Well, yes, might have a point there, I suppose. But let's not forget, the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She clearly is a criminal sort through and through, can't deny it. When you say that she'd shown she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. Tried to swipe that one only a day earlier, Or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that. How's the lawyering? It's alright. I've just started again. Trying to finish up this case. It's been a long one. I've never actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it. Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then he ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe. Yeah, each case gets longer and longer. I'm assuming that in the second part, the cases won't be as long at the start again, and then get longer over time again. But I won't start the second part today. I'll do something in between first, because doing this for a long period of time can be exhausting. We still don't know what tune it plays though, do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy. McGilded's disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it in more detail. Wait, didn't I already do it? I think I did. Oh, so much evidence. Yeah, because that was before McGilded. Oh, wait! We can now scan the blood. Right, okay. This is blood. Yeah, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. Then it's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Hold still with that disc, Bruno. Can we get this done quickly? In a flash. Okay. Oof. What color is it? It's green. Okay. Ooh, a lovely bright shade again. Wait, that color. What is it? It's just a green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? It's not, no. Okay, that might break open the case. Because this blood smear, that's green. And this blood smear is green. And we know that this, the person who got hurt by this music disc was, this sus guy, Eggert Benedict, who we're pretty sure Eggert Benedict is not his real name. So, you know, that's a big thing already. But the fact that he was at the crime scene, or at least, yeah, because there was a blood smear on the calendar, so That's very sus. Okay, well, let's keep going. We've already got some good info here. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced? Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Oh, that's logical, I suppose. Although... Yes? Sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose. If there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene. Could it be possible? I can't prove it right now, I don't think. I don't think I have the... I don't think I have the evidence to do it right now. I'll come back to that. It would completely turn things around if there was one. Do you think we might find one lying around somewhere? So, one thing I'm wondering... So, this guy is a surgeon, and he's recently done an operation, and he's been talking about this the whole time. And one thing I'm wondering is if he's the person who operated on Sherlock Holmes. Because if that's the case, he might know something about this whole situation. But that's also speculation, so... Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... What's the fellow's name now? Sherlock Holmes, by any chance? Yes, good lord. It was that Sherlock fellow. What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes? Sholmes, not Holmes. That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you. This is crazy. Let me see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I recall correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb, couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. I hate to state the obvious, but... Yes? Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of shooting. The counsel for the defense is correct, as is clearly shown in this photographic print, which we already know is not true, because the blood doesn't belong to Sherlock Holmes. Like, if that blood belonged to Sherlock, then sure, but it doesn't. That's the weird part. The bullet that the Skokin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited the body and lodged into the shop wall. Well, yeah, but we know that there's no exit wound. At least a surgeon would know that there's an exit wound, right? Otherwise you wouldn't even look for the... Why would you look for a bullet if there's an exit wound? Huh, who do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? Are you saying you checked his back? Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all. What? That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Which is exactly why I set about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. Oh, where's an expert when you need one? Wait, but that's... So I remember this guy. Yeah, I'm a ballistics expert. I mean... see what happens, I guess. Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. What? Oh, a ballistics expert. Pitching... On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall in the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you. There's apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen a very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along Mountain Road in freezing cold. Golly. The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I hear today from Doctor. He could not find bullet in my body. And no sign of, how do you say, exit wound? Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looks just like bullet wounds. Good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me, and that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullets. But how does... That doesn't answer the question at all. That shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Bruno, where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may... Lord Van Zieks? While I realize it's forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, They removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes's pouch. Okay. I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes in the night in question, is it? Look at that. One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. Exploded? So, that night, a bullet from the Skokin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. And it was the glass vial exploding that caused the fellow's injury. His bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into wall of shop. A delightfully complex aroma. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. No, they don't. They don't. But at least the mystery's solved. I couldn't sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester the scruffy pouch as evidence. Okay. Now the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion. Well, yeah, but let me look at this. It's right there. Trini scorched badly just here. Oh, the strap is broken, look. This must be where the bullet hit then. Let me see. It's literally right there. How did they not check this? What the? Iris, look. Behind where the broken file was, do you see it? Ah, that's the Skokin brothers' bullet. What a stroke of luck that it hit its pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is, there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks. We found exactly what the juror was talking about. The third bullet. Nice. Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here. Okay. Let's see this again. Only 2 bullets were fired, blah blah. If there were 3 bullets... Come on. I could prove it. Allow me to show you then the 3rd bullet.
Take that!
Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? His pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital, and since then it hasn't been touched by no one. Yeah, why didn't they investigate it? That would have saved so much time. These police are so dumb. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skokin brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. No, we don't. Well, yes, we do, in the pouch, but the other one was not Mr. Sholmes' blood. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Winterbank and that belonging to the Skokin brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Ark. Ah! Zelda, hello! Congrats on being first. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're well. Order, order! While the summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which this case against the defendant has been built. You are? That's good to hear. I'm doing good. As always, a little bit tired, but you know, that's just how I live life apparently sometimes. But it's nothing crazy. Sleeping is important. Well, I sleep enough, generally. It's just that I wake up poorly, and then I just, yeah, you know, I'm a little bit like, oh, okay, I'm not in tip-top shape. But that's fine. Like, I don't need to be in my best shape all the time. This is my prerogative in this situation. I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter. What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Okay. Interesting. Witnesses? Governor? Were you listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was. Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A 3rd bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov? I don't make nothing of nothing if I can help. Is it one of yours? Go blimey, Gov. Go blimey, not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? Why? What? Never. The Skokin brothers, it's just the 2 of us. That's our trademark. Wait, well, the Skokin brothers work alone. Okay. How soon we forget poor Selkie. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Lummy, that's an it, Scratcher. Counsel for the defense. Yes? I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The 3rd bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture. A picture of what really happened that night. They are the secret accomplice. On that night at Winterbank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with the 3rd man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice, but the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
An accomplice, you say? A pig's will. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time there has been not a murmur of a third man. If this apparent wraith-like being exists, the court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, defense will be crushed. Is the detective really the third brother? No. No. I think it's just a joke because he looks similar to them. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Well, counsel, I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is ready to present answers. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference. In that case, counsel, I would ask that you present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene? I guess.
Take that!
The evidence is right here in this portfolio. By Jove, the portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of these blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it?
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a bloodstain, my lord. A bloodstain? The green blood. Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some inhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Sherlock Holmes. By the great detective? New invention. Stop. Not yet appeared in stories. Stop. It's this, you see? It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood that change its color. Different elements of people's blood? Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank. Ah, a striking blue. Yes, so you see, the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. No hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. Twitchy, hello. Welcome, welcome. What color is your blood? I wouldn't know that, Zelda. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed. By golly. Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Then whose blood is it? Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder?
Take that!
The man's name is Agate Benedict. Agate Benedict? What on earth are you talking about, Counsel? He paid a visit to Winterbank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. And the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Agate Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. And then he hurt himself. Yeah, he's an asshole. I'm not gonna watch this again. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Well, yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Winterbank for a print showing the fella. Oh, there it is. There he is, hello. If you drink enough Sunny Delight, you might get orange blood. Maybe, yeah. Taken from one of his red-handed recorder goblins. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Winterbank that morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice? Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? Never seen a geezer before in my life. All my life, Gov. All my life, never seen him. Osak, hello as well. Welcome, welcome. I hope all of you are doing good. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something had been missing in this trial from the very start. But now I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel? Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured by the photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. Do I do this again?
Take that!
The proof is right here in this portfolio. Goodness gracious, counsel. Does that portfolio contain the answers to every question posed? I see you share my interest in claret-colored liquids. My claret-colored liquids, yeah, okay. But enough. The court demands to see further evidence. Which blood sample proves the man you identified was the one shot by the third bullet at the scene of the crime?
Take that!
Boom. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Winterbank's, which is when the aforementioned Agate Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. Words. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute. That disc is mine. And then she grabs it and hurts him. Do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom. Using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say, it's green. It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Agate Benedict, who was in Winterbanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. So there was someone else there. Look at those two brothers now, they're sweating buckets. Oh, you're talking about it's boiling here. My lord, it's the opinion of the defense that Mr. Agate Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore the gentleman's apparent presence. This has gone on long enough now, this flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard that name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar class is a god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land? You expect us to take you seriously. The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Well... And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Green blood, I know. Ganondorf killed the man? Oh no. Of course. So what now? So even though we had all the evidence, they don't believe it because it's some device that they don't really use. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. Yeah. But what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief. What did you just say, young girl? And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right. Look, lady, you have quite a devious mind. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Verno. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson's sharpshooter. Nice. I like Iris so much. She's great. After that shrewd presses of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Oh?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Okay. Interesting. I wonder why the surgeon went for guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. I don't think you can do that, Van Zieks. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. Ah. 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 My heart. Ah. They always get hurt so badly just by being told no. Nevertheless, we found ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested a subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Agard Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. Just when I'd managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who's this? Who was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Juror number 5? What have you to say, madam? If possible, Inspector. Me, madam? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again, the one in which the gentleman is shown. Right, yes, this one you mean, of Mr. Benedict? Yes, there's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say... You know this man? Yes, I know him. What? No. Good gracious. Order, order! Juror number 5, how on earth? I am a communications officer, stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is, stop. Also a communications officer, stop. He works in my office, stop. A very talented operator, in fact, stop. He should be in the communications station now, stop. Tapping away on the telegraph, stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. Can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yeah, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zieks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. As your lordship bids. The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson... yes, my lord? I should like to hear from you specifically about the events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Okay. Interesting. We're shaking things up. To be continued. The end. Not quite. We're getting there. Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it, that picture? What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like that, that's for sure. Like this. Yeah. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to court. Surely you've gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Runer's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Yeah, we have an hour. Alright then. It was after we'd had dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had the chat up in your office, didn't we? Yeah, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get sleep. So we slipped out and went down the street to the 1-to-1, 2-to-1, 1-to-1, 1-to-1, 2-to-1, to Winterbank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not, the Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what's it about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in that Sholmes that I don't like. Something what you don't want other people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So he broke into Winterbank's. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of a wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! And they died, I did. The next thing I knew... I'd grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The manuscript? Have you got it here? Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? The Hound of the something or other? If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there alright, the manuscript. Sholmes weren't lying after all. He did all that just to check for me, Ginny. Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. Culkin brothers arriving on the scene, yeah. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in? Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry. I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? I'll come with you and... No, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstance. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back into out into the shop. No, he's a good guy, that pawnbroker. Like, the fact that he just lets her do this is pretty nice of him, because he knows that she means no harm. Because he knew her from before already, so... I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see. So I was just about to go out to the storeroom myself when... Bang, bang. I heard a couple of shots go off, too, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the store door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you. Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. Figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Winterbank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy, and after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. You'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Rena's about to put the real culprit through the mill. And that cove was there in the afternoon? That Eggert Benedict? I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Bruno's capable hands now, Ginny. Oh, Mr. Naraoda? Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. Well, and during the journey to Great Britain as well. But, you know, only twice is not that bad, right? Getting accused of murder twice. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Bruno. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. I was so happy. I cried. But even then, Somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar? You're not like McGilded. I know that. Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris? We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruto, to find Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. Aw, Gina. Gina's literally had no one ever believe in her, I think. So it hits her quite hard. I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in one another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it, at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Suzato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. You want a Gina plushie? I don't think they exist. But that would be nice. Final boss time, I guess, yeah. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zieks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's pieces of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. And it's understandable. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me, a very big mistake. Like, it's understandable that if something hasn't been used ever, that when you're like, oh, this is evidence in a court case, they're like, is it though? Like, did you not just color in the blood in the picture or something? What, like... How is that evidence exactly? And how well does it work, etc., right? My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict, which is not his real name, but I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. There he is. So if he's a communications officer, why does he dress like some kind of noble? Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it's my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with the murders that took place at the pawnbrokers on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. God, there he goes again with his dance moves. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Okay, what is he going to say? Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time, but are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Okay. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly. How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at best, at least. Let's not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Agate Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are... Inosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So... I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Why does he throw his hat away? Okay, let me just press everything as usual. We even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Agate Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort to not give anything away. This could be tricky. Okay.
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Sat by a man who introduced himself as Agate Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? What the heck? Racist. Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Oh, wait.
Hold it!
Yes. Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly, I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligations to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. A silent victory wiggle, thanks. Okay. Well, I'm gonna keep asking questions, I'm sorry, but that's all I'm doing. Blood was found at the scene of the crime, there's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate blah blah. Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes' character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name of. He's a, well, renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to see great detective? A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Oh.
Excuse me!
Uh-oh. Interesting. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've added up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know, you're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Core blimey, Governor? What? Is it not the case that when Mr. Grayton just spoke, a thought went through your mind? God, why does the detective even react to that? Does he really think I would address him with Skulkin? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing. Honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arms around like that much more, he'll open up the wound again, that's all. The wounds, you say? The wound. What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago, it ain't gonna be holed up yet. Nash. Amazing. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and... oh, hell spells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm? My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Why are you clutching your arm then, Graydon? Certainly I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. Nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbrokery, huh? Okay. But that's not true either, my lord. The defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Let's see. Nothing to do with it. Where is the photo? Is it this one? No. That's an empty one. Wait, where's the other photo? Wait, where's the photo of him being at the crime scene? Of him being at the pawnbrokery? To the right? I have 2 photos, yeah, but one is empty. And one is Gina. And then the other should be him, but I don't have it. What the heck? There should be 3. Like, the blood is not gonna help me. The music disc is not gonna help me. What the heck? This is weird. Let me press it. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Ah, here we go. Okay. So maybe it wasn't me being like... Okay, this works. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Eh? Come again, sunshine? Yeah, he was there in fact, as well. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon? Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at the time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Oh, well, now... I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must. I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. going on here? Greggsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed at Winterbanks. Yes, of course. Ah, there it is, okay. I don't know why it wasn't in my evidence. I guess it wasn't added to the court record officially. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon wasn't in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. And Gregson, it's weird that Gregson is not telling... Gregson is hiding something as well. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? It's always going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skokin brothers. Yes, they were key to it after all. So he says he has nothing to do with Winterbanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Okay. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. And are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place at the night of the murder? Wasn't there... Kitty... No... There must be something.
Hold it!
I'll press this as well because I hadn't before. Mr. Sherlock Holmes is the most famous detective in the world. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, oh no, I can't think of how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He had allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Quite, now. As you are no doubt aware, the Central Communication Station is the heart of this country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for long enough already. God. That is... Oh, that's annoying. There must be something I can do. What about the box? I still don't know about the box thing, right? This one? Oh no, this is the overcoat. Is this the box? One small box. I know, I'm guessing it comes after. I don't think that's related right now. It's hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side. I can't show this because it's not seen as actual evidence. Oh god. I don't know what to do.
Hold it!
Like, if I press it again...
Objection!
Is that right?
It's... Like, the fact that he
Excuse me!
does this... But I can't do anything with it. There needs to be something I can do with that statement, right? That he reacts to it, but he doesn't want to confirm. Save. Yeah, okay, I will save. Trying to get a particular article. Don't remember too clearly. Yep. Welcome to lie. Shows a picture. Yeah. So why is the picture? So it must be related. This whole thing. Proves that he was in a shop. But and he says he didn't deny it. Merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale, have a word with the broker, nothing more. Which is like, I don't. I mean, it must be something to do with one of the tickets. Like, that's the... I must present some evidence here. So it's probably good that I saved. Wait, did I check the blood on this? Oh, it was Mr. Mason's, right? But that's the one he used to get the overcoat and stuff. But he doesn't have... Okay, well... I don't know what I have to present here, but we're just going to try things until it works. As you do. Oh. This one?
Objection!
Nope. Okay. Nope. Okay. Maybe not. Oh, that was the coat thing. What about this one for the box?
Objection!
Nope. Doesn't work either. I mean, it didn't make any sense, so... Oh shit. I pressed her again. Okay, so if it's not the tickets, then the only other thing... is the disc itself?
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? The disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Winterbank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you're mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. May have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of the skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with a smear of blood on this disc. Well. It would seem I underestimated you. What's the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Order. Well, Mr. Grayson? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. I'm quite sure there's nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Okay, we got there in the end. Okay. What have we got? The disc. There's a note on the disc saying former gilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy guttling on the day in question. Well, that's rude. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord. Mr. Graydon, are you saying that Mr. McGildet and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Okay. Order. Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, the disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. Gilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Winterbanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Winterbanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination. Okay. Well, here we go again.
Hold it!
Item belongs to me. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You're certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So, you see, I have little need to make use of services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my flying back overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there is a note on it that reads for McGilded. I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question. It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in your pocket of the overcoat that you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Tina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which it means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. Yeah. The redemption ticket was stolen from me. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas are kind of frequent. Miss Lestrade is no such thing. Well, of course, you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. Came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Winterbanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way, is that clear? Yes, my lord, even though it's not conjecture, we know, but that's fine. I don't have the evidence to prove it, so... I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain the situation. Had you ever been to Winterbanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. So I didn't notice at first, of course, such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him.
Hold it!
This was taken by the police. It was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right, this was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence. Oh,
Excuse
there
me.
we go. Something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. There's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilda's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilda, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zieks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities. Are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zieks here. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. But what about this thing? Because there's the box.
Objection!
Because he already had the overcoat thing, but there was also the box. Don't break the french fries. Yeah, it's sad. Every time he crushes them. But it's also an infinite bag of french fries, so, you know, it's alright. I'm sure it can mend itself. This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilda's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilda had another article in pawn at Windibanks. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilda in Windibanks' pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulking Brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed, the witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed a small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to all this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zieks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Miss Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective security cameras. Herdy's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop's layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Winterbank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on the ticket, Mr. McGilder's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 PM on 13th of April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop's front. Now what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. It's at 11 PM on 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we'd consider theft as a possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We've counted every single item in each one of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Ah. F. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilder's pawned box. Ah, and he does a victory dance again. You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. Well, there's one way to find out. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what's your position? So can't we use the stereoscope thing again? Seems that in fact on the night in question nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints? I think use a piece of evidence, right? Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow. This thing.
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord. To view the 2 prints stereoscopically. Oh! Yes, you've caught the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion. Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Reno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go, now look through the eyepiece. Ah. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these 2 prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Well, I mean, right there.
Take that!
Granted, these 2 prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them. What? The box is moved slightly. Yeah, so it was on the left side and it moved to the right side slightly. It's been moved. When you view the 2 pictures stereoscopically, A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me... Wait. Unbelievable. Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilder's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilder is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilder's box wasn't stolen then. Doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold to your objection, Lord Van Zieks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Okay. Box. I'm doing it. Oh God. How is it still going? We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zieks. Nay, thank you for the watch streak. 3 months. I hope you have a good lurk. This is nothing but a smokescreen, a Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilder from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Oh, sorry. 3 streams, sorry. I say it's... Yeah, I did see your 30, sorry, Zelda. I didn't react to it at the time because I was looking at other stuff, but thank you for that as well. But yeah, have a good look, Zelda. God, I'm so out of it. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilder perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend in his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. No, that does make a rather lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or anything, but you can't deposit cash in the pawnbrokery anyway, blah blah blah. Have a good lurk as well, Zelda. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It's incumbent on the defense to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc and the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilder's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilder's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny... Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything. But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth always comes out. Every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilder deposited with Mr. Winterbank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Have Gina testify? My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilder's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at the window banks by Mr. McGilder, my lord. Miss Lestrade's information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing, in particular the impact it will have on the accused's standing and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepted the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. And then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. Okay. The articles that Mr. McGilder had deposited in Winterbank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilder. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we are all are again, the same players in the trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along with London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder, but as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Iris? We're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing this entire courtroom down about his ears, so be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have yet been hitherto unaware. So, Mr. Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. Everything's going to come out, like Van Ziek says. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer I'm prepared to take that risk. Here we go. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the stops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do the run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I've seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance. I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived his court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in the trial of this witness and of my learned friends are entirely inexcusable. Don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. And the gilded fellow was rotten to the core. Well, you're wrong, the lot of you, Mr. Naroda, the lawyer there. You didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? Really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Yeah, like, why would we do this if we weren't absolutely certain that something was going on here? Like, we've just destroyed our entire reputation for no good reason, really, right? It doesn't make sense to do that. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. And blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with your cross-examination. Okay. Let me actually save again before I forget.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Mrs. Strand? Why are the chief judges always so disapproving? You'd hope a judge would be more even-minded. Well, it's more that we lied... Well... They lied in court, and I went along with it. Which, I mean... The judge is just angry that he seemed to have judged wrongly in a case, you know? We basically were like, okay, witness, testify that you committed perjury, basically. Right? Her witness statement right now contradicts everything she said in the case 2 months ago. So, obviously the judge is going to be like, wait a minute. But we brought that upon ourselves for a good reason, so at least our hearing is out. If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claim Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Are Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder, and it started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was bleeding loud and all. I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGill picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in its belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was that scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Hold it!
Then screaming from upstairs, the roof deck. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with a knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilda caught me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where it started off. Once his carriage came to a halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the stops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilda, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from the outside. The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. Yep. What did McGilda and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. Right.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Winterbanks and Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the Brombrookery slipped his mind when he was on the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks. McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it gotta be worth a few bob. Yeah, Gina was sure the dusk must be worth more than Winterbank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilda flashed some brass in his face. He went off running at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the Dark's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one.
Hold it!
Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was... He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilda have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilda had the driver deposit at Winterbanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that he let me go, so I liked it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Ginny's really put her faith in you, Bruno. Yes, and thanks to her, she'll have to face it. To thank her, she'll have to face the charge of perjury once this trial's over. So we need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Well, I did. Oh, and one other thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? That is strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. Not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. That is very strange. I'm assuming that I can just So if I press again, does it do anything? Can I just...
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector, Mr. Graydon. Wow! Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack. You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is this discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Or the other one, Sunshine? Think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after you deprived me of the disc that was rightfully mine. Really now? But you were definitely talking to each other the entire time. It's as if they've been negotiating. It's so weird. Thank you, Mr. Stroud. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over a price, Mr. McGill took... God, oh wait. I went too far. Too quickly. Took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as of yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, the gilded coach and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Mr. Stroud, it would appear Mr. McGill was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. You know why that would be? I ain't got no clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship had requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Oh, here we go. The box. It's the box. We've got a new box. This should be the last piece of the puzzle, hopefully. This case is so confusing. Like, all we have is the murder of a pawnbroker, and it feels like we're unraveling some kind of conspiracy that has nothing to do with the murder at all anymore. I mean, it has to do with the murder, but it's just like... the murder is only a very, very small part of it. So this is the article in question, is it? A small box deposited with this pawnbroker by Mr. McGill 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Munderbank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Ah. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It's a record player. Or like a music box, yeah. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Okay. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell the music box disc to Mr. McGilded? Raise hand. I believe the answer will become clear if you listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord. Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music disc box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. There's no need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property and... Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Guard. Why is Scotland Yard so involved in this? Play the disc. Wait, shouldn't we remove the paper from it? So, it's definitely not proper music, but it's more like code. I'm not sure what type of code, but... What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon. This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? No, it's not. Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. If the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret. I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? No, what? It's like, oh no, the music box is broken. Like, what do you mean? If it was broken, it just wouldn't play. Of course it's a clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, it's a mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. That sounds strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And it's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer to me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean that the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that, the smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here, I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurdy would.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they're not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. Your music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. You've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. I'm Bruno. I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Oh yeah, we knew that. Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. If the music box isn't broken, it must mean the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. This could be the best chance I'm going to get if I back this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. Oh god. Shit. Autopsy reports. Maybe this, but I don't. Is that? Because there are secrets being leaked to foreign agencies, but I don't know if that immediately is. I mean, I think that's the only thing I can imagine. Really, the rest is all related to like the actual murder and things like that. I think this is related to the sounds.
Take that!
Today's paper, Counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in purpose plunder, hardly supportive of your case. No, my lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down. Further down? Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then, tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, There could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Yeah. Order, order. Please, everyone, order. But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? What is capital punishment? It's the sort of word I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perishes, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My lord, my word. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the discs were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime is under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker Mr. Winterbank, that being a most flagitious offence for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... Gotta let us have rabbit and pork, you governor? We got things to say? Beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right, we're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Bad timing, fellows. Very bad timing. Oh my god. Okay. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Interesting. Mr. Skulkin. Oh, Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon over there. We did, Gov, we did. Okay, nice. Oh, that's good. Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight up job. What about the geezer whose job it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ah. Nice to know who your friends are. I mean, to be fair, they're all criminals. And it turns out that the two professional baddies are actually better people than Graydon is, so... you know. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence. Okay, good. I don't know if I want to inspect it a bit more. Probably do. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the discs into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths to that, so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are the exact same length. What does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like this before. That is very odd. What's this? Oh. What is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then, what are we waiting for? Let's open it. Alright, then here goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So, does that mean it set another disc to play back on this side? I think so, and it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Interesting. So, and that's why the guy very early on was like, isn't there another disc? When you play both at once, it tells you to worship the devil? Maybe. But maybe the two discs together like translate each other or something? I'm not sure how that would work. I would have thought there would be a second movement on the other side. And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So it also produces a single tone like the other one. It must do, except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by the movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. Basically, each movement can only produce a single note, but the notes they produce are different. That is strange. So you use it at the same time. Morse? Yeah, I guess. Then one is the like short notes and the other is the long, or like. I mean, either way, we know there's supposed to be two discs. So couldn't possibly steal confidential government secrets. Besides, the sounds produced by the music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker. All we've done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was a dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. You know, I'll just press these guys. I don't think pressing the other guy is gonna do anything. I like Nash and Bingo too much.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you, do you mean? That's it? Yeah. Who else ain't? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the brothers had a job. That's a job for us, eh, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together back when... Together? With Mr. Grady, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. You look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. That's so. But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? What? The milk run? That was a corkery. Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Well, I know it's an easy job, but it's just... Specifically... They were very specific about it. What was it? Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. What? Who's Milverton? Because they were the Skulkins. That's what I'm wondering. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip out to memory lane. Can we turn our attention back to testimony? Could that sentinel... Yeah, add it to the testimony. Always add the things to the testimony. My lord. Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. Skulkin's never skulkin'. Okay.
Hold it!
Let's press them on that. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters, a bit of fun really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that was what it was all about. It was actually a milk run. They I mean either that or they're... Oh god, that's so stupid. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. No, I'll leave it. Actually, let's ask the business name. Why not? So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clogs like you would have worked that one out. That's... Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this? I don't... Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? But because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. Also, I liked that the fruit is regenerating. Just took the name Graydon then, you see. Dash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton? That used to be your surname, did it? course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, hmm? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena these records, Mr. Graydon. Ah. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then? Is that correct? Very well, yes. Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important. Interesting, okay. All of a sudden we seem to be up in our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about the interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago and the break-in at Windybanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. Wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Okay, well, I guess I'll start pressing him as well. So this newspaper headline is accurate. Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be trusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Let me guess. Turn number 5. The regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idols, stop. Interesting. Who was Graydon? You thought he was the other attorney? No, he is a communications officer who apparently leaked government secrets and is trying to hide it. He's basically the person who's murdered a man and worked with criminals and many of those things. He's not a good person. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. Cracking ciphers, huh, Mr. Graydon? Okay. That's not sus at all. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idols, stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Hold it!
They're not? So, right. The Morse code, right. That the sounds are not Morse code. I should have mentioned that as well. To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box. For even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court. Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Yep. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A, this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so familiar. The rhythm is the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparent random sequence of sounds. Sounds are all the same. This is a terrible lesson. It's fine. Okay, don't worry about it. Okay. Well, the thing is, we've already figured out that the music box is two-sided. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Why do they keep looking like they're getting punched? It's bonkers. It's to exaggerate a lot. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it, Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use music box to somehow play back Morse code? I mean, I guess give it a try, right? There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in leaking government secrets. That's the belief of this Francis at least. Really. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense is a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to decipher secret messages into Morse code? There it is.
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens. As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Nice. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. I mean, kinda do, but... Though of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, it would be another matter. Well, I don't really have... Oh god. So, I wanted to... So I don't have another disc, obviously, but... Wait. Magnus McGilded. So I wanted to look at this information some more. And the one thing that immediately I noticed is the details of the victim of the omnibus case, Mason Milverton. It's the same last name that we figured out. God, what's his actual name? What is the name? Graydon, right. Okay, well I don't have the second disc. May I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus when McGilded 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or discs. That was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Okay. Okay. But how do I... Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. I haven't found the link yet. I have actually found it. But where do I present it? Looks like you need to give your argument more strength. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Wait. Actually, he changed this thing. Okay, there was some low-class brickmaker of no relation to the man.
Objection!
Boom. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto McGilded in collaboration with your father. Nice throw. Very nice throw. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode this information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with Mr. McGilded went sour and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Winterbanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never know nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Winterbank was killed, the music box was moved. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the two prints from the security camera, indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Well, I mean, I don't think you can just say that, but... Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Oh, right, I didn't even notice that, I wasn't paying attention. What? Ah! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Winterbank's pawnbrokery. Oh, his wound opened back up. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced through the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Winterbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me, and as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. Okay. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. It's not going to go down without a fight, not until I could show hard evidence, I suppose. Okay. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank that night is you.
Hold it!
I mean, he's going to say that it was Gina, of course, right? You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built up for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed a crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You what? I mean, no he didn't. He's just lying to cover up, you know? Of course he's gonna be like, no, 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 I didn't do it, she did it, and I can prove it because I was there. It's like, okay, yeah, but... Order, order. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of the theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon? Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Oh, God. Big yawn. Then I must ask you to give formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. God. There we go. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. What peephole? I mean, the one I used? What peephole? But there was a peephole there. But it... Huh. Huh. That is odd. At 1 AM there was no peephole. At 1:30 AM there is a peephole. Sus? Sus much? What the heck? How does that work? Wait, the only... Oh God. The only thing I... God, I have to think back, because it's been a week. The only thing I can think of that could make a hole like that, like on the fly, is an invention of Iris. But that means it would have been made after the fact. Interesting. Hi again, Zelda. Welcome. Okay. How is Gina? Well, Gina's now being accused by this guy. He's making a testimony which is obviously false, but we're gonna have to break it apart. Good gracious, this is quite the extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order, order. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered over the accused coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. Oh my god. The blood, though, is not from this... Oh god. Freaking Graydon is using the blood from the case 2 months ago on the coat to implicate her in this crime. That is pretty evil, honestly. Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If a coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. You have a theory? Think Graydon is not a good person? Yeah, he's not. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work, his ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Renaud. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they tested with their chemicals... Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Yeah, I just said this already. Like, there you go. Blood splatters all over. But the thing is, it doesn't make any sense that there wouldn't be any blood on the middle part, right? Here. Just around and not here? How? You know, how does that happen? That's not Mr. Winterbank's blood. That stains from 2 months ago. And that's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. The coat was closed? No, she never closes it, so... But of course that's what they're going to say, so... My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once. Yeah, here we go. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find the blood in the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel. Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Okay, we have to... We have to do this. So the main thing that I want to press... So this is fine. The people thing. I don't understand the people thing, because it's not... It wasn't there before. You mean chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. What about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job made out of stout wood. But there's a small opening and it's about head height that lets you see what's what in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? Well, you used it, but I was looking at this photo earlier and it's not freaking there. It's not here. And it's here in this picture, which is 30 minutes later. That doesn't make any sense. Like, it wasn't there. That's why I'm confused. No, because the curtain is in the same spot, Zara. The curtain is in the exact same spot. Like, we use these pictures in the stereoscope, and the only thing that are different is this area. Oh, that was pointed out as this area. But this wasn't shown. Like, you can even see it if I go through, that the items move, see? But nothing else, except for the two people, move, right? Just the items in the picture. I am pretty sure that's the important part here. Because otherwise, why focus on it so much in this testimony? Maybe a Capcom mistake? No. No. Again, I know that... Remember the cat flapomat thing? It was a week ago. But remember that it was like, oh, when was the cat flap installed? Oh, I made it with this thing that can just make a cat flap in any surface. Right? That's the only thing that works. And why even have such a weird thing anyway if it's not important? It's a very particular kind of drill bit. It's not even a drill bit, it's like a... I don't even know how it looks anymore at this point. But it was like a square thing that just presses in or something like that, and it just makes... But yeah, it's very particular that it was mentioned. Did you see what went on through the people as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. These buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. So the Skokin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winback take place. I could see the broker and the young girl standing there. The girl raised a gun and pointed it straight at the man. It doesn't make any sense. What do you see next? The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I don't believe that for a second. Saw blood spatter all over. Then she tossed the gun out of the people, so I picked it up and made my escape. Why would she do... Why would you... Like, what is this statement? Like, if you are locked in a place, right? And there's a people there, right? You shot a guy, shoot a guy. Why would you toss the gun out? Right? Like, what the heck? I mean, I can see that if there's no other person there. But there's also, if you're a person there... Well, no, that doesn't make sense either way. Because then they find the gun and you're like implicated anyway. There's no reason for you to toss the gun out. But there's also no reason for him to pick it up. This whole statement is so weird. Oh yeah, I should save, you're right. Like, why would any of that happen? Did I hear it correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun, threw the people onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. That is so weird. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours truly. Then where is it? Like if that was a different gun, and you took it from the crime scene, that's a crime, sir. Like, I'll have to clear up to my lackeys and laughed. Clear up? We've made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle Flutier told us to tidy up. He thinks so. He's a bloody mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
Ah. Oh, what's going on here? Oh no. Nash is being thrown around. What's going on? Gentlemen. Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this D's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What's going on just now? Hey, you saw him? He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said? Didn't you mention the third gun when we go down that station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it, or that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to lose my rags sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think he might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. It was. Okay, what's gonna happen? He's not Gregson. No, he's definitely Gregson. What's your feeling right now? As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. But you have to find a way to break this man. Quickly too, because once they discover the blood on the overcoat Gino was wearing. It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself after seeing the blood splatter on Ginny's coat. Doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen. But we know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank, so what's going on? All I know is that it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too. Never mind that. I have to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony. Okay, well I guess all we can do is really just press other things, right?
Hold it!
Mr. Winterbank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. Never been so scared in my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Does the Perry carry a gun? What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance of the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items, looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place, then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help my little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So pulled my gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. Fairview setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. Sorry, guys. Okay.
Hold it!
Sharp pain in your arm, so that's when you got shot. Didn't immediately realize what happened. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at that exact moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, no, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, I didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way, and then he scarpered through the door out back. At which point, what did you do? Okay. And the people thing,
Hold it!
and the black coat. The defendant was found with a gun in her hand, but that was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. Yes, he had the gun in their hand. But I guess, yeah, if he's claiming that... Thank you for the hydrate. If he's claiming that the 3rd gun was thrown out, again, it doesn't make any sense. Like, why would she shoot him with a different gun and then pick up his gun that has no bullets left and just hold it? Like, that doesn't make any sense. As we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. The bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Scokin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely a 3rd gun. Yeah, okay. So clearly there had to be a 3rd firearm involved. The accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. Well, no, she didn't. But no other gun was found at the scene. Call yourself counsel. You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden the broker turned to run, and it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. Doesn't make any sense as well. Like, it's so full of holes, this testimony.
Hold it!
But I don't have any, like, proper evidence to refute it. It's just like, what he's saying doesn't make any sense. All over her. Yes, through the people, I saw it clearly. Of course, stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you that the garment is sullied with the victim's blood. I mean, probably, yeah. Okay, well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, that's right. It's Mason Milverton's blood. Yeah. Oh. Okay. So we just have to press more. My lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood. On the accused overcoat. Ah, God. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. Okay, so... what are the results? Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me. See? What did I tell you? No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry. 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. Ah, but that was... I call it a bally disgrace, treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. Can't be done. But we used Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Perosky to a starving boy and you ran away crying. What does that even have to do with anything? Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. No, we know that it's the coat worn by McGilded, and so did the victim, so did freaking Grayson, not victim, God. So of course he would say that. Because he will know that that can be used to implicate someone else. As the accused who shot the victim in this case, that's the whole truth. No, we got slammed again. Oh god. Been a long battle this one, but this old warhorse has not something to say now, if you please, Mr. Foreman. As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Oh, guilty. Yeah.
Guilty.
There we go.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Well, do we get another summation examination, or what is gonna happen? It would appear that ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. I think Gina's fine, Zelda, at least for now. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt that you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. Wow. Oh god. I don't believe it after I've come so far. How's it all unraveling on me so fast? Drinking already? He's drinking all the time, Twitchy. It's awful, really. Who's this? Oh, very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Oh, is it Herlock? Do agree, Miss Naruhodo. It's bailiff, but... Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Yep, it is. I knew it. Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Why is he this? Oh my god. Order, order! What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard you were recuperating in the hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set up on an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise, my apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humour me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zieks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time. Having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. Oh, what does he have to say? My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I was to judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping. A leaving present. From Mrs. Otto. From Mrs. Otto? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Mrs. Otto foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? It's the cat flapomat thing. Oh my god, I knew it. What is this? Oh, it's the machine I made. Ah. There it is. In all its glory, the cat flap. Meow. And the cat, of course. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapomat. I already worked this out like an hour ago. Without the invention. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Mrs. Otto muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You heard a cat and missed it? Oh no, Twitchy, I'm sorry. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Otto made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Yeah. So... yeah. So Susato made the hole in the door. So the... This here. That was Susato's doing. So when we came back, we were like, oh yeah, that's always been there because we hadn't... Oh god, okay. That explains a lot, actually. I was wondering how it was made, like, because I knew the invention existed and that was probably the answer, but I didn't know what, like, who would have done it, right? That doesn't make any sense. Because obviously the criminals wouldn't have done it, because they wouldn't have had the thing. But, whatever. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic then. His other son used his cat flapper bat that night, but why? Well, to look at the crime scene, probably. Because the door was locked. Your 5 minutes is over. Why do you keep breaking everything, Van Zieks? We're out of time already? Okay. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. Defense requests further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Your Lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Temporarily suspended. As in, it's not done. So nobody can say anything then. If Runa asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of those proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Oh, one? Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. Okay. If following that the situation remains unchanged, let's remove to education. You will not press the witness any further. My lord? Okay. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence, most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Well, Mr. Sharms! Ow. He's dead. He died to bring us this. No, he doesn't die. He's fine. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever either demands extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? I think so. One statement, one piece of evidence. Okay. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Okay, I will save before it. Just because it's only one thing that I can do. So not this, not this. So I think he could see him through the people in a door, right? And I will present this thing.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? Oh, it's my cat flapomat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Ah. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. The contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door, I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous, what are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the people in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime seal whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That's a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Ugh. Order, order. Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Well, exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Reggie, Cooey, time for dinner. Oh, there it is again. Meow. Well? Ah. Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windibanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapomet creates are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the peephole at Windibanks are an exact match. Ugh. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. No, because we have photos. I don't... For the sake of the argument, let us assume the people as dimensions that are a perfect fit of this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Well, why are we like, oh no, what do we do? We have photos. It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident. But now that the perpetrator was returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There's no proof. There is! For as long as the defense remains unable to prove, blah blah blah. Basis accusation. Ryunosuke, please don't react this way. You have evidence. Why are you being like this? Why are you being stupid? This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. Okay, this one, right? Yeah.
Take that!
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Mrs. Ado Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. And this print shows the scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But, more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. It really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom. It's completely devoid of any people of any description. Ah. Oh, oops. Mr. Graydon. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalogue of lies. Lies. All the lies. Nice pirouette. Order, order. I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more Lord Van Zieks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. What? Oh, please. What? What the heck? But they're right, as it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. I mean, I think... okay, well... He can't worm his way out of it now. You know what they say? This took longer than I thought. I was like, I'll just finish this up and then maybe I have time for a different game. But no. This case lasts forever. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat's bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? What? As Hurley always says. One lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Isn't my courts have a 3-year backlog? Probably, yeah. No matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give a false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. This is right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon has knowledge of something he shouldn't have known about, namely, the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the people in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. Explain the inconsistency or I shall crush you beneath my fist like a bug. That's kind of what he's going for, yeah, I think. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously I... Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of hard articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we got through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door. Oh no, is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zieks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you... Permission denied. Uh-oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Gregson's getting nervous. He doesn't like it. Because I think he's got stuff to do with this as well. Of course, sir. Because he's been talking to Gregson, or not Gregson, what's his name? Grayson. The whole time. Like when we were doing testimony of was it Gina? I think they were like talking to each other. So if the inspector gave him information that he shouldn't have had, that would explain everything. Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Ugh.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize or trust that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, consider a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is this person in question, counsel?
Take that!
Gregson. I mean, it's why you wanted to leave, right? The truth is, it could only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed a subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such a time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the Trump pawnbrokery. Which means... the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed after following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. But they did. We saw them happen. We literally saw them happen, though. I've just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? Do people in this case just have no memory whatsoever? There was one time before I wasn't there. I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Yep, what I said earlier. Now you mention it, when the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Matilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. They were just doing this. They had a secret discussion. How did everyone literally... like, everyone forgot. They're like, oh, but they could have only colluded while here. Yes, they did. Didn't you see? Were you blind? I even called them out about it. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information you needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving up my confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was a part of a deal of some kind, and it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Yeah, the second disc, huh? I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent, God, words, on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. And what do I present? And logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be... Yes, it's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. One must press you for an answer now, Counsel. Let me save, just... Do I... Is it the music box that I want to present, or like... newspaper? Just maybe the music box disc? It's one of those. I'm assuming that... I think the most logical would be the music box disc. Or the music box itself, but...
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? Oh, maybe you could present the paper as well. I'm not sure. Maybe it has different solutions. The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Miss Windibanks by Miss Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession. Yeah, chips is French fries in like it's the same thing. It's more of a British thing. Just call it chips. And what other people, like Americans, for example, call chips would be crisps. Well, it's not the same thing, right? It's not French fries. It's more the thick kind, right? Yeah. You have the thin ones that are French fries, and you have the thick ones, which you call chips. Yeah. But it's like, yeah, chip potatoes. But no, it's basically, yeah, it's a UK thing. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. Cooked in the same way, yeah, they are. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged a disc for details of the case. You little... Ah! Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is? Mine? I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on a QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of that myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. And they're just freaking out about it.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, the sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How would you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached his alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person.
Yes!
Interesting. The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal facts immediately. Well, the inspector... This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? Then he doesn't have it, right? But it is... someone has it. Ah, God. I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If following the search of the inspector's personal effects no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runa because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. Okay, again, grave consequences. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right. Very well, counsel, you know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Okay, wait. Let me say first. Again. Search someone else. I'm not gonna withdraw. I don't think he has it, so search someone else. The defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you wouldn't want. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness will well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Wait, what? Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please. Okay. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, happy sunshine. Court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Am I, though? Be quiet, all of you. Iris? Okay. Runa's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Is it now? Is that true, Twitchy? Listening to people in good faith, is that the British way? Because I feel like that might not be entirely factual. Maybe not anymore, at least. Tchaikovsky's versions again. Maybe. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? No, don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it could be. God. So it's not Graydon. It's not Tobias Gregson, so it's one of these two. Who would have... Oh god. Who would he have given the disc to? I mean, definitely none of these people. I mean, I guess the older brother, right? Ringo? I don't know. I don't know if there's like... No, maybe not. I mean, Nash is closer to him, right? At least, like when they're on the stand, like it's Graydon, then Tobias Gregson, then Nash, then Ringo. So if they're changing hands, I mean, it might be that they gave it to Ringo then, but sure. Well, I don't know. It's one of them.
Take that!
It's one of them. Of Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Me? Him? Gregson had an altercation with the green one now. Oh, that's true. I didn't even think of that. I just thought of the order. I mean, if I land on the right conclusion anyway, that's fine, right? It's no problem. Yeah, right for the wrong reasons. It's fine. I'm still right. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. But please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard has to object to this search.
Objection!
That's interesting. Why would you object, right, to another person being searched? If it, like, he was fine with himself being searched, but suddenly it's a problem? Interesting. Interesting, Inspector. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But, Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on, Mom. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out. Here, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. Here we are. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Oh, poor Gregson. Order. Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett? I mean, just Gordon Flaming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about the disc, honest to God. Mark, thanks for streaming. Have a good one then, Zelda. And thank you for being around as always. Would you please explain what exactly is going on here? There's such a deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, Why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in his trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? Ah. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Was by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit nothing of the sort. And then he was shaking him around. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Culkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. I mean, it still makes sense because he was the one next to him. So kind of, my logic made sense, but it wasn't quite right on the mark. Hi Combat, welcome, welcome. I hope you're well. Yeah, he didn't and all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off. I did. I was wishing I'd been born as my brother. I was. What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? You're slightly damp now. Oh. Well, I hope you get to, you know, warm up and get dry inside. I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me and whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when you got down to the station? That's what he said. He held it right down my ear hole. He did. My head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Bless my wig, he hid it. You... But I'm afraid to fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. And he can't, yeah. He has to do it on the down low, you know. Top secret assignment, is it? As far as we are aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Oh, does this mean... He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Wait, what was that? Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you? Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there is no proof that I passed that disc to the inspection. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But it is all I admit. Well, murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective, all of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is all about. You... what? God, he just can't take... He can't take an L, apparently. He just can't. What about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the discs? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for the final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he is a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. Don't believe it. The 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson? If they declare their decision now... Is Ginny going to be found guilty? Well, we already know that she couldn't have done it, though. Like, we've proven over and over again that she couldn't possibly have done it. God. Like, there was no way that she could have done it and hide the murder weapon. There's no possible way. So how can she be found guilty of that? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windenbank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Okay. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions. No, that is unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. Yeah, she will be found guilty for that, so... You have to throw some more evidence at them. Oh god. Who do I present evidence against, Gregson or Grayson? Graydon. Probably the inspector, right? I don't think Graydon is gonna do anything. She's got a gun. She's always got a gun, Twitchy. But it only shoots like smoke. Like a colored chemical substance that makes blood light up different colors. It's not dangerous, I think. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. Okay, let me save once again because I have no idea what I'm doing here. I'm assuming it has to do with the discs, right? Like, if he doesn't want to admit to it, then can we just play the discs in unison? Do I use the music box? Sure, let's... Can I get that to work? Is that a thing? Is that Mr. McGilder's peculiar music box, counsel? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time. With the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, counsel. No, wait. I can't let you do that. Why not? Because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection.
Not true, Inspector. Ah. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believed that the second disc contains a second tone needed to complete the message, and now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then you do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let that secret information out in the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Manzeeks is just enjoying the show, apparently. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop it.
Objection!
God. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Ah. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul. No. Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as the music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. You have to uncover the truth by fair means, or it's a mistrial, you know, team. Well, it's technically fair. It's a jam, honestly. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want, just shut the blooming box up. Nice, got him. He admits to it. We did it. That was my plan all along, is just to be like, well, Inspector Gregson, I mean, if you don't want to admit that you're doing this, right? Then we're just going to play these state secrets that you're trying to hide, if you don't mind. Like, the poor bug is going to be crushed. Well, he's been crushing it every single time. But every time, like, he takes bites of it as well and keeps adding back to it. Which is honestly, I would love to have, like, chips that just don't... It just never empties, you know? It's impressive. Let me ask you again, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the reset and we were stood here in the trial stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up. Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing, and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery in the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windebank. You... Oh, you broke his cane. Traitor! Oh my god. Gregson! Stop him! Is he okay? Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! Oh, I should call the police, yeah. That's it then. It's all over. We did it! We actually did it! Oh my god, it's over! Case is over! I despised my life growing up. The slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. It was a lot of high drama. Yeah, it was. I mean, this is the finale of like the game, basically, of the first part of this game. Because it's like a collection of 2 different games that came out that are part of a series. This is like the end of the first game, basically. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell the government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life at the slums awake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me, little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you are committing. And for that reason I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable, by using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. Words. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years ago. 10 years earlier, really. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would ya? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. We were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes, I had sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. But why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Vilverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways, and to crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I've made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After we twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? This sooner than I was led to believe. Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It is time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, or so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman, he came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGill had used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was downed in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGill inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. Well, an eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account, indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for ya, young man. What's this? Winterbank's pawnbroker? Aye, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put a jewel in the pawn for you. It'll fetch you a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. Never heard of a pawnbroker being used quite in that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know? Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Winterbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Mr. Strahd written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar, anyone could see that. I realized immediately that there was another of McGilded's pawns, that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. And I had a strong suspicion that the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so we knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skoken brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang. A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry tale. It all took place in a blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. Well, GG, I guess. He admitted to everything, so Gina is going to be not guilty. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. It has. Jeez. It would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It's time for the final education. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Gallup Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
There we go.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Yay! Ah. That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runa, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Caesar was right, you're the best lawyer in the world. Don't know about that. Mr. Strahd, I'm not finished with you yet. What? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, Eh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilder's property, it seems. Eh? I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. Not like you were gleefully wearing Mr. McGilder's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Oh, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that when played together, the music box disc contains a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. To demanding that the government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. I'm very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he's done, so... If I may say something on that point. Isn't that... It's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession, one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that, a meaningless series of 2 different tones. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your mutt? How many rather not mutt. How many times do I have to tell you these discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilder conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. Mr. Strad. Yeah, my lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon. If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Mrs. Strad never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Winterbank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Yay! Fireworks! Clap, 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 clap. I still don't know why they have fireworks in court, but... Why do you have fireworks, Gina? What the heck? That is all. Court is adjourned. So what now? We're done. But there must be like an epilogue thing, right? It's just me and Van Zieks? On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did. When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. The man you once knew? You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. Vanzix, it's not the most British name, is it? No, not really. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask, and one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. He just had to break one more chalice, you know? Just one more for good measure. It's done. It's over at last. He's not that posh, he was holding it all wrong. It's all pretense, right? Where's Iris disappeared to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. Irizard is your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept the promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had the taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. You hold a brandy snifter like that to warm it, another wine glass, which has to be cool. Well, that's probably why he keeps throwing it. He doesn't really drink from it much. He maybe pours it in, takes a sip, and then throws it out. It must be because he's not drinking it properly, and he's like, this tastes awful, and then throws it. I didn't see him throw the bottle this time much, though. He's been prone to do that at times as well. That he just picks up the entire bottle and eats it. Which is also quite dangerous, really. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. Now, for crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This whole courtroom is full of dangers, guns, fireworks, strangling sticks. True. This is the way I see it, Rinosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Well, what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Oh, that voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Aha! Yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling... Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Aha! Yes, it was me all along, you see? Why is he like this? I just assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts are justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Huh. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? Well, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives. Well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I've indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... An acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Is anyone who's found not guilty in the trial he was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. And why did you bring it up? Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like the bog-trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they got what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing though, the Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so... I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. Got my principles, see? A trait in which in you which is to be admired, Mr. Lestrade. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room there, dressed as a bailiff, but these dolls didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently, all them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the box for the stuff, what was in the log, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense, it's a job, ain't it? I don't think so. Still, this is good. It has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. And I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing? Oh, he was crying a bit. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, it looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Oh, I hope she'll be back in the next game. Otto? Yes? Please don't load the gun. Ah, what was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... You just shot him instead? I mean, interesting. Interesting choice. Indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh yes, it's good advice, Jenny. Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Otto. Oh. Thank you for everything, what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Oh. Gina's character's so great. Oh, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? I should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then. Maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall apparently. Sounds about right for Britain. Well, that's good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If you head to the station immediately, you may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I reached the Victoria station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. Shall be there and back in time for dinner. I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. Yeah, maybe. What are we waiting for then? To London Victoria. Oh, we're going to see her again. Susato. It took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Mrs. Otto, where are you? There she is. Over there, look. Looks like she's reading something. She's about to yeet the book. Mrs. Otto, wait, what are you doing? Why was she about to yeet the book? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. I mean, especially because she almost... Like, it was Susato's fault that she almost got completely screwed over. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell. You're saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san? As bad as book burners. I mean, kinda. It's more that it's a personal thing, right? Where she was like, I made a mistake and I don't deserve this book. That type of thing. Take it to your charity shop. Yeah. Yeah. But she's not exactly... Like, she's about to step on a boat to Japan, you know? So she didn't really have time to stop by. Like, her dad was in trouble, if I recall. So she wanted to go back to Japan, like, very quickly. But the boat got delayed, that's why she was still here. Otherwise she wouldn't even have time to read the book, let alone throw it. You know? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, she stole it? Oh my god. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runa's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. The band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapomat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... everything happens. Mr. Sholmes got shot, leave me be. We ran after them. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. The door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So I used the cat flapomat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in the photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sights that met my eye made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember that trial 2 months earlier. Yeah, basically, as soon as she made the people to make sure Gina was okay, but as soon as she sees the shopkeeper dead on the floor, she knows that Gina is now basically screwed. Just because of what she did. I mean, not quite. There were options, but like, it was just bad overall. I remember that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made this British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. We were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even the police. I know. And I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have been knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Mrs. Strahd's. Miss Susato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but at the moment I allowed myself to think that, is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using the people as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Is that true? Like, I mean, not really. I mean, maybe, but... No, there was too many other evidence already in place at that point. There was not enough evidence to actually conclude that Gina did it, so... But in the end, it was the people thing that unraveled everything in the end. And caused... Like, the weird thing is, the people wasn't that important, the government secrets were. Until that all came out. Like, nothing... The court was still swinging in the guilty direction the whole time. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too, from my regrets. But yeah, either way, it didn't affect much. At best, it helped us. At worst, it did nothing, so, you know. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we're talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher, I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. What? Huh? So... Asogi? What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait. Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. Oh my god. Iris thinking like 4 steps ahead or something. When the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code used in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? You mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mrs. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. Okay. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in this long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Suzaru-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? Second, Shin. Shin? Don't recognize the name. Third is T. Gregoson. Gregson? It would seem that Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. What's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? That is very strange. And the last name... What's the matter, Mrs. Sato? It's just so strange, so unexpected. Well, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name. J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean... Daddy? Yeah, your dad. And it's her dad, Twitchy. Iris's father. It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. That's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. No, Iris is not Japanese. Iris is Sherlock Sholmes' assistant. Aura! Hello, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone. We're at the end of this whole situation. Let me give you a shout out. Hi Goblin, Summit, welcome back. How was Portal? Did you enjoy it? I'm sure it was wonderful. It's a great game. We've been at the end for an hour now. True. I mean, everything has been longer than I expected. I was like, oh, I'm nearing the end of the case, so surely it, like, I'll do like half a stream of this game and then half a stream of another game or something. But apparently not. Apparently I'm still going after nearly 6 hours. Was a bit of a brain breaker, but still fun. That's good. Optimist. Well, yeah. I mean, it's more that I went off of how long some of the other cases were and how long I had been going for this as well. A lot of the other cases I could do like in a single stream. Basically the entire case. The earlier cases especially I could do an entire stream and then that was one case. This case has been I think 3. Which is crazy. It's just that long. Just this one singular case. I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Bruno come from. I mean, yes. Yeah. But also no. Because he's dead. But I don't really want to say that to the kid. So... oh, well... no, it's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Winterbank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Honk. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. It seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Otto. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mrs. Otto, I had hoped to have you always by my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, no, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscripts. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Of course. On the SS Beria, when I was dragged out from the wardrobe still half asleep. No, actually we met before that. We met before that as well, but... I mean... we weren't properly introduced before. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Mrs. Zato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Okay. So she leaves. Oh, animated cutscene? Maybe?
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and
Kitty is there
tribulations
as
ahead.
well.
Of course there
love.
will. But whatever happens,
Cat.
I know I'll
The
be
cat
able
is
to
the
turn
most
my
important
fortunes
character in
around.
this series. Even though it's only been around for like 2 chapters
After all,
and barely been seen.
I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Doesn't get enough screen time, exactly. We need more kitties. Maybe the cat will have more screen time in the second game? Maybe. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. What? Oh, what the heck? Why is it my fault? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But do not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mrs. Zado, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. You really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Runa's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Objection. Huh? Ending on the objection, I guess. There we go. Oh my god. Credits. We got credits. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I'd ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Oh, nice. Nice. God damn it. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. For some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Oh. Oh god, him. Ouchie. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do rare Coban coins hide under rare sticks themselves. Well, I don't know, sir knows his father is an innocent man, or are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses, my courtroom has no place for petty arguments. Okay. So are these going to be earlier things that happened? I guess so. I don't know. In the Steam shop for a while, but last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Bagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. Oh, Suzaki. Okay, so the previous one was actually just a replay of a court case, but Suzaki, this is new as well. Of course he smuggled kittens aboard the ship. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact. whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Always very on time, this man. Ah, Inspector? The latest Rand's magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Her ladyship puts me to shame. Lay, hello. I hope you're well. Amazing. Oh, Garrett? Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course, joining my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those belly stares every day has done wonders for it. Managing rather well with housework too, got the maid business taped up. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. God. Of course he still tries to put up pretense even with his wife in jail. Amazing. My Rudy's back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more those days than hunting out a small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners and to drop the pennies of my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. I don't even know what he said. It went a little bit too fast. The drop pennies is something, but I don't remember what exactly it was. Something about his lovely wife, but... Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for another, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kinda interesting when you get into them. Oh, she's going to... I'm pretty sure she's going to be helping crime investigations and stuff. Maybe in the next game. Oh, Graydon. Yes, I renounce my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime, but regrets? Please. Give over, bruv. This ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time in here to plan the comeback of Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, right? 3 Muscowatsits. Milk in the neighborhood for all it's worth. Amazing. They're going to start their milk run again. So who's left? Susato, yeah. This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise, your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Nice. Oh. Aww. Beautiful picture. The cat's taking my hat. It steals my hat. It's a good picture though. Oh. What's this? Okay, more credits, okay. Oh my god. I mean, they list the voice actors here, but really it was all me. God. After the credits, there's more credits. Yeah, but they're different credits, you know? Can I guess I can't speed this up now. The game never ends? Apparently not. So it's going through the cases like this. So the credits might be pretty long, because this is still like the start of the game. Okay, that's Essersbury, yeah, so that's case 2. Oh my god, how long is this going to last? Oh. Oh, and he stops. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Visual metaphor, I see. Because he just leaves us, basically. This is an interesting way to do it, to show the timeline of the game, basically. Because then Susato, I guess, joins us. Instead. Or she walks with. Oh. Yeah, here we go. Oh, he's got the sword now. And then Susato behind. Yep. Then they arrive in England. In London. Oh, that's interesting. It's a good way to do credits, honestly, to see the entire game play out like this. In a very... very minimalist way, I guess. With like the images in the background, and in the foreground is the characters walking past each other. As like a timeline. It's pretty cool. And there's Sherlock Sholmes. I do wonder if Sherlock Sholmes also follows us, or if he just stays there. Oh, yep, there we go. He's coming with. There's the detective. And those two. Garadebs. The cat, of course. Most important character. Does the cat join us? Please tell me the cat joins us. No, oh. Oh. I mean, Iris definitely, right? Yeah. Come on, the cat has to join us at some point. I want my cat, okay? It only makes sense. Also, you can't even see that Iris is there because I'm in the way. There you go. He's there. Oh, but this is already the end. Where's my cat? They are moving forward slightly. Or maybe they end in the middle though. I don't know. I'm actually sad that the cat isn't there. The cat should have followed them as well. Damn you, Capcom. Didn't even put the cat at the end of the credits. I can't believe this. The feline disrespect exactly, Aura. I can't believe this. to apologize, they better give the cat a lot of screen time in the next game, you know? They kind of have to. There we are. Now, there is of course continue, which will probably start the next game. But I don't exactly have time for that now. I also wasn't going to do that right away. I was going to play something else in between and then come back to this in like a week or two or something, right? Just to give my voice a rest and to play some other stuff in between, because it's a long game. But yeah, I don't. Can I exit game? Yeah. But yeah, I guess that's it for now. I guess I have to end. Complete silence for the next stream. Yeah. Let's see. Who can I send you over to? So of course I'll be back tomorrow with the wheel, and then I'm probably playing more Ghostwire Tokyo to finish that off on like Thursday. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what I'll be up to. There's a lot of stuff I want to play. Many things. Wait, no, wrong person. I'm going to raid Sacadonian because he's playing some Satisfactory and he seems very nice. So let's head over there. I haven't raided him before, I don't think, so let's go see. Let's go check him out. But that's it for me. Thank you everyone for the raids, for hanging out here, I guess, for being here. I hope you enjoyed it. It was a longer one than I expected, but we got there in the end. Have a good one and go say hi to Sack for me. Send some love over there. I'm going to rest my voice and have some food. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow for the wheel, or on Thursday for Ghostwire Tokyo, or on Saturday for Dragon Quest Monsters. You know, there's a lot of things I'm doing right now. Either way, I hope I'll see you again soon. And yeah, until then, stay hydrated, stay cozy, stay safe, and hopefully until next time, have a good one. Bye bye. Bye bye bye.